Hello? Digi, hello. Welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have fun? My question first and foremost, I suppose. Can everyone hear me? Hello? Allow myself to introduce myself. It's true. I on my other monitor, I do have my own stream being shown to me right now. It's very funny. How you doing, bud? How'd you go? How was stream? You know, my immediate first question is if I can have some art tags, please. And thank you. How's everyone? Can even from the bottom of the pit? Of the bottom of the pit? You can hear me all the way down there? Hell yeah. I'm so loud and boisterous. Sorry, just quickly clicking the last couple of things. That should be it. Let's heck and go. Art tags just for me. Thank you, thank you. It was one of the streams of all time. You love to see it. Skull? Skull with the first place, excuse me? We're always with the, it would never be me, I could never be first place because of all these disadvantages that I have in terms of ping and bam, first place, absolute destruction. Fields was second and Ghoulie with third. Well done. You've DM'd it to me? Excellent. Are you cool with me showing it on stream? Is that all right? Gloat time? Yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Come on full display. You insist? Excellent. Love to hear it. You can't. Digi, you can't. It's TOS. Digi, it's TOS. You can't. Digi, you can't. It's inappropriate. You can't. Digi, you can't do it. No, Digi, no. You can't moon me on stream. You can, no, Digi, stop. I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get banned from YouTube for playing that copyrighted music before. I'm gonna get banned from Twitch because I'm getting mooned right here, right now, live in 4K. That's you, by the way. No, I know. I'm aware. Different expression, but I recognize you from the angry self-portrait photo that you took before. Mooning everyone in 4K is just entirely unacceptable. Censor that. I wish I could. It's still peeking through. Glorious. If you've got any artwork that you would like, not to say that wasn't art, if you've got any artwork that you'd like to share as well, I'd love to see. Hi Logic, welcome in. Welcome. Oh, before I get started, actually, let's jump over to here for a second. I ordered a thing from Papa Nintendo. And it's just arrived. Oh, Atwell, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? I ordered a thing from Nintendo. It's just arrived, so I thought, literally, I went and grabbed this from the mail just before I started. So, shall we see what it is? Oh. It's a big box that's mostly empty. Hello? Is there nothing inside? Oh, no. There is a single thing inside. There's a single thing. You ready? Bam. This entire box had this teeny tiny little pin in it, absolutely covered head to toe in wrapping paper. That is product waste. Nintendo, it's product waste. Don't do it. But yeah, ended up getting this. I had a bunch of platinum points with Nintendo, because like when you play video games on their systems or whatever, you build up like a passive currency thing, whatever. Yeah, and Nintendo let me know, like, hey, all of your currency is going to run out. Like, it's all going to expire. Is there something you want to do with it first? And I had a look, and it was all like a bunch of computer wallpapers and stuff. But then I have a pin collection, and I saw that this here enamel pin was available as an option that I could select, so I jumped on it. Heck yeah. Amazon does the same, Walmart too. It's a bit crazy, isn't it? 7 stream streak. Hell yeah, Kels. Hell yeah. Streaking all over the place. You DM to the actual art that you're working on? Hell yeah, let's have a look. Oh, these are such satisfying shapes. Such satisfying shapes. Believe it or not, this here DigiPainter has both a Twitch account and an Instagram account that you can follow. I highly, highly, highly recommend that you follow both. You can see this sort of like concept art development through both accounts on a regular basis. So if this style of artwork appeals to you, which I mean it should, it's heckin' impressive. Check out his stuff. Cool. Today we've got continuation of this here. Oh, pardon me, burpees. Got a continuation of this here artwork. We're basically in the final sprint on it. Because there's nothing structural about it that I really want to mess with anymore. It's literally just rendering at this point. So I'm going through and just render. I'm excited for how it will turn out. Hello, esophagus. How you doing? The spelling tripped me up a little bit for a second. How's your day been? Into the rendering hole? Yeah, pretty much. Buckle up. Before I do that, I just want to quickly, I want to try flipping this. I want to see if that makes it look better. Boom. Looks a little bit strange to begin with, but the shape, I feel, feels better. Bump it up a little bit so it sits there, maybe? Doing good? Probably be lurking most of the time. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing well. Doing well. I've been struggling with sleep for the past, since Christmas. So what's that at this point? Maths. Since Christmas. We can do the internals. But it's cleaning up. It's cleaning up over time. I'm proud to announce that I'm consistently waking up in the morning. I know. I don't like to brag too often, but can we just have an appreciation for a second that awful, heckin' awful. For most people, this is not an achievement. For most people, this is quite normal. For most people, this is the thing that you have to do on a daily basis. But I've been struggling with insomnia for a while now, so I'm taking it as a personal win. Awesome, I know. Hi, Billy. Welcome. Heck yes. Yeah. I like it. As much as it's a groan, roll my eyes. I recognize that different people's wins look different. As much as it pains me to say so. No, that doesn't quite look right either. Let's... What if down here? Ooh, that could work. Yeah, let's do that. First and foremost, more ceiling rendering. We didn't have enough yesterday. I messed around with the image with Noctua yesterday after stream. And we came to the conclusion that seeing a little bit of the ceiling behind the light would help substantially. So I'm gonna, not to like a full render like that, but I'm gonna kind of allude to some of those ceiling shapes behind the beam of light. That's nice, thank you. I've been working on this for, how long's it been? A thousand years? We've been working on this for 1,000 years. But it'll all be worth it because it's a piece that I'm quite invested in. It's not just a case of it being personally satisfying for me to complete it. I'm anticipating using this image for a bunch of things. So all of the time that I put into it will be worth it. Plus, I don't know, it's just satisfying for my soul. Check my DMs. Oh, look. Yeah, good. Good. How am I funny, guys? How am I funny? What about me makes me funny? Sends me that image. I'll never explain anything ever again. Yeah, how we doing? How has our day been? Good morning to those who have just woken up. Good evening to those who it is late for. I hope we're doing well. The Digifield crossover. The shared cinematic universe. Definitely been a journey watching it slowly materialize. Something about the way that when I make a piece, it's like it's alive and growing in a different style, but like Bob Ross. It's alive. No, down painting. The important thing about monitoring your painting is making sure that there's an established trust mechanism in place. You need to have the trust of the painting, and the painting needs to have... you need to trust the painting in kind, you know? A painting is a creature fundamentally built on respect. The Digiverse? You'll add Mahali into it? Oh, please, good Lord, no. It's just going to be me mooning the window that has the moon peeking through. The painting hunter. But instead of it being Steve Irwin, it's the guy from the History Channel, you know, the aliens guy. Perfect. Hi, Squid. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. You've never been more excited than any day of your life? Oh, good Lord. I didn't think that Mahali streams were that exciting. What happened? What happened? What'd you get up to? Don't mind me. I just jest. I jest. 'Tis a joke. Now back to your classic WoW grind. Good luck. Godspeed. One of these days, I will play classic RuneScape. I will. I'll do it. I'll need to be in a really bad spot. So if I just kind of disappear off the map for like 3 months at a time or something, all in one go, presume that something tragic has happened to me, and I'm coping with it by playing classic RuneScape. Because I never played it. I never played it. Like apparently classic RuneScape is like RuneScape 2. And like the original RuneScape was before that. I played the original one back in the day. I haven't played RuneScape Classic, and I don't know what it is. It looks so unbelievably freaking appealing. Let you paint the picture. School finishes, and you're like, oh, I've got some business work to do. And then you can chill for tonight. You hop on your bus and open up your Instagram. Your first post you see is from the devs of Unbeatable saying that they're making another plushie. And it's a beat. Boom. There you go. Promise of greatness. Glory be to those who wait. That's awesome. This is why I'm a joy. Shout out to the Kraken piece that brought you to your lovely town. I still really like that painting. I still really like that painting, which is rare for me. Usually there's quite a bit of hatred on my part towards my paintings. Speaking of, the I finally posted my Napuary dragon in March. I'm really happy with how that one turned out as well. Really happy with how that one turned out. But yes, tangent aside, yeah, I'm also glad that the Kraken piece led to us meeting. You're a joy to talk to, mate, and I love seeing your style evolving as time goes on as well. It's been really cool. Have you found, actually, that's a good question. Have you found that the practice with the Magic the Gathering cards has started seeping into your skill set? Are you noticing the difference? Classic hardcore, so if you die, it's over. Makes it so much more fun. Yeah. It's similar with hardcore Minecraft, right? Where one death spells the end. If the Quaver plushie shipping date is anything to go off of, if you get it, you should come just in time for your birthday. Nice. Send a picture of the plushie. She looks so goofy. Yeah, please do. I won't be able to check it until my first break, but send it through. New Tavern art? No, same Tavern art. Sorry, Gav. I was just talking about how it's been 1,000 years and I'm still on the same one. I don't blame you for mixing them up though, because this is where it was. This is where it was, and now this is where it is. So yeah, bit of a stark difference between the two. Crazy different. Yep. Taught you how your brain works more neutrally with how you build a piece, and think it's improved your speed a bit, given you a bizarre appreciation for your own art. Didn't see it before. Boom, there you go. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I tend to find that instead of just going from one piece to the next, spending a bit of time being a bit introspective can help a ton. And part of that introspection can be like studying and applying other people's styles and stuff, seeing how you feel about them. Develops your self-awareness a little bit as well. Made by U2s. Looking around, many people say the quality is good for their plushies, so you're hoping that's the case? Nice. I didn't realize that U2s did plushies. I thought they did those little statues. The more you know. Mood is nice, like the misty reflective marsh. Yeah, I like how murky it is. I'm gonna... Apologies. I'm gonna bump some of the values a little bit. Like I want a bit more reflection on the sand, so I'm gonna bump that up. But all in all, I'm quite happy with the mood. All in all, I'm quite happy with the mood. I need to practice. There's this thing that I do where if I'm uncertain about the thing that I've said, or if I didn't pronounce something correctly, or I'm stuck in the moment, whatever it happens to be, I have a habit of repeating myself. Apparently that's something that I can work on through conscious effort. So I'm going to be trying to do that. If I notice that I've repeated something, or if I notice that I'm going to repeat something, I'm going to try and step on it. Step on the gas. Say it 5 more times. Like to do them, and then you walk away for a few minutes, then you come back to give some critique about what you did well, what you can improve on. Always giving yourself understanding since you do them in such a short time. Yeah, but the thing is, even though you are only applying a little bit of time to it, it's rapidly going through the process of development and reflection, reflection. I've described it a few times where when working on an image, you get a ton of valuable information really early on into the piece, but then it starts to peter out. It starts to plateau the amount of value that you get from working on the piece. I recognize the irony of me explaining this on top of this image that I'm working on right now, but don't worry about it. I recognize that I'm being a hypocrite. There's this big burst in value in terms of what you've learned, in terms of your skills that you've applied. It can be incredibly valuable to kind of cut yourself off at this point and just analyze this part. Because if you go through the entire process and you cut it off here, and then you try and analyze the whole thing, the majority of the value is actually here. The majority of the value is there. So spending a couple of hours on a piece, cutting it off, and then analyzing it, you're basically super juicing yourself. Going through the learning process. You're like heavy repetition, high. You're maximizing your output, I guess is the simplest way of putting it. You're really bad about that? Yeah. But apparently it is something that I can work on. So if I become more conscious of it, I can rein it into play. It'll be a bit of a struggle to begin with, but it'll be it will become something that I don't have to think about once I establish it as a habit. So it'll be a little bit uncomfortable to begin with, but yeah, I might have to worry about it soon. Trying to figure out a scale size, figure out that your type of plushie is 11 inches and the best plushie is Beat. 9 inches. So she's going to be slightly smaller, but then again, you see many videos where they seem way bigger. Well, if you've got the measurements, if you know that it's 9 inches, let's pull out a ruler for a second. Let's have a look. Remember making the chart? You love it? Makes sense? Yeah. So this is 9 inches here. It's good. If I compare it to my face, maybe that'll be so my thumb up here is the 9-inch mark. I have it down to my jaw. It's a little bit bigger than my face. One Mahali face of measurement. Hypocrisy doesn't make me wrong. I'm gonna proudly declare that from rooftops moving forward. Just because I'm a massive hypocrite doesn't make me wrong. I'm always right. been getting worse since you stopped streaming because you don't spend as much time talking and practicing. Hoping streaming again will help you rein it in too. That's one of the helpful things about streaming I've found, is that it gives me an opportunity to implement positive changes. I've found that I stutter a lot less now due to a lot of practice on stream. I tend to find that my thoughts sharpen into words a lot more easily as compared to pre-streaming. I might sound like an incredibly confident, attractive, just specimen of an individual. Kappa on all of that. But in reality, I've got social anxiety, something fierce. So finding methods to practice interacting with people and speaking confidently helps a ton. And I do find that it does present itself in real life as well. The practice put into streaming, conveying my thoughts, helps with in real life conveying my thoughts. That's what you thought? To you, they both seem the same size? So it might be the same size as your Kayleen plushie from the Amazing Digital Circus? It could be. Do you have a ruler that has inches on it or something? It's good that you'd be able to compare it to. The organization def comes easier. Yeah. Thought organization, confidence, articulation, being more articulate. Articulation kind of more refers to me as an action figure. I have quite a bit of articulation. My shoulders move around quite a bit. Now you're confusing yourself. Apparently the Kayleen plushie is 6.5 inches. He's way bigger than the Futaba plushie. What's going on? Don't think in terms of what the other plushies were at in terms of size, because it sounds like you've remembered something incorrectly about one of their sizings. Try to find out what 9 inches looks like with a ruler or something that you look up online that you know is 9 inches or something compared to that, because currently right there it sounds like you've misremembered what one of your plushies sizes is, and it's blitzing your brain. How you doing, Fields? No, I don't want to update PureRef right now, right this instant. How did you go with, because you said that you were finishing your job with the Penguin Watch, right? Has that happened? Are you free? Have you attained freedom? I'm going to assume she's mid-range between the two. Either way, you won't be on your desk. I'm happy to hear that you're excited for something that's coming out. Okay. I've started putting in the texture of the roof behind. What I need to do now is intensify the light a little bit in the center. That way it feels more like a beacon. So even that looks a little bit better than what it just was. Yeah. This bit here is a little bit too crisp, given how close it is to the proximity of the hole in the ceiling. So I'm going to blend that out a little bit more as well. You need a new thing to piff around your room when you're mad? Oh. Don't take it out on your plushies. That's so heckin' rude. They didn't do anything wrong. Night night. Love the vibes as always. Hope to hang around a bit more. All good, Gav. All good. Look after yourself first and foremost, okay? Thanks for stopping in for a bit. I'm glad to hear an update from you. Sleep well, bud. Came a thing where you used to throw skull across your room. You got so mad at Fortnite of all games. If you're getting that angry at games, probably still not the case. But if you're getting really angry at games, I'm a strong proponent of stepping away from that video game for a while, or finding a way of processing the anger. Like I'd get super. No judgment on my part for you getting angry at Fortnite, because I used to get super tilted about Overwatch games, not to the point where I'd be throwing things, but I would find that after a session of playing Overwatch, I would be super wound up, like it was this person's fault and I can't believe that happened, and like, oh, super unlucky in that instance, blah 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 blah. I found that finding a different... The heck? Why is that foliage so heckin' rude? No, don't mind me. I'm throwing things. Yeah, I found that finding a way of approaching the game from a healthier mentality before I even jump into a game was incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful. Happens rarely. Majority of the time you just roll your teammates these days. Rage bait them. Fair. It sounds like you've got some strategies in place. Crush another white monster and murder the wall. Hollow Knight. Speaking of, I was missing one badge in Hollow Knight. A single badge. A single like artifact, relic, whatever you want to call it. And it turned out that it was behind one random wall that I did not destroy. That pissed me off. Needed emotional regulation on that one. Your friend, who was a streamer, broke his wrist from slamming his hand down on the desk while angry at a game. Yeah, no, that's just not good. That doesn't speak to how you dealt with that particular game. That speaks to how you deal with gaming as a whole. Not to get too therapeutic about it, but like, I would get annoyed because a lot of my frustration would come from not internalizing the outcome of the game and trying to look to external factors to blame. And that blaming process led to just outrage. Led to, frick you, the map is awful. Frick you, my teammate was throwing. Frick you, their DPS shouldn't be at this rank. Frick you, my computer isn't as good as their computers. Blah, blah, blah. Bam, 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 bam. Throwing out accusations left and right. Blah, 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 blah. It's just not helpful though, because it doesn't... The charms, yes. The final charm I was looking for was behind a wall that I just didn't break for whatever reason. Throwing out accusations doesn't actually lead to closure because it's an endless funnel of just throw accusations at nothing, right? There's no closure on it. I tend to find nowadays I have a way healthier relation with online... Yes. I have a way healthier relationship with online video games because I've realized that regardless of... Logic helps a ton. Regardless of what I did, regardless of what they did, blah, 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 blah. What is a consistent factor across all of my games? When I look at my teammates, when I look at the enemy team, who is in my game, every game? Who's in the same game as me every single game? The answer is simple. It's you. You are the consistent factor across all of your games. There are infinite examples. Yeah, God, thank you. Yes. The Holy Ghost. There are infinite examples of people playing video games where they have like a 90% win rate, right? That speaks to them being incredibly good at the game. But what does it also speak to? It speaks to the fact that regardless of their teammates, regardless of who they're playing against, they can consistently win. If it's a case of I'm losing 50% of my games, it speaks to my lack of consistency. There's always something that I could do to improve to get closer to that individual who won 90% of their games, right? So instead of getting angry at my teammate, instead of getting angry at the map, instead of getting angry at the game, instead of getting angry at balance, instead of getting angry at all of these exterior factors, if I just take a moment to reflect on how my gameplay went, like, let's have a look at what I did incorrectly. What can I work on in the future so that I win more games? I feel like it's more constructive that way. It's a more positive mindset. Instead of who was responsible, it's more what particular aspects of my gameplay were responsible and how can I change them and be in control of my outcomes moving forward. It feels more hopeful that way, you know, because instead of being up to the whims of the matchmaker, you're up to the whims of your sense of progression through skill development, you know? Needs to show themselves one of these days. do not encourage Digi's me mopper walladol conspiracy theories. I won't hear them. A way to make a bad team work somewhat. Exactly. There are always decisions that you can make to help carry your games. There have been countless examples of people carrying games in the past. You can carry your games too. You need to figure out what is involved in that process and what you can do to get to that point, you know? Blame a friend that isn't even playing because it's always their fault. See, that's equally as toxic because you're bashing on like a hopeless little guy off in the corner. Don't do that. That's so mean. So rude. Nice link. How you doing? You got really bad at Guilty Gear because you're bad. That's it. Well, instead of just like, I'm so angry because I'm awful at this game, instead of having that mentality, take a moment to be like, okay, what went wrong in that game that I am so angry because of? And what can I practice in order to make sure that that doesn't keep happening? You know? Constructive mindset instead of destructive. It's good to learn how to communicate with poor communicators. Exactly. These things aren't going to change. You can't change other people. You can change yourself, though. You can develop yourself. You can develop these skill sets that make your life moving forward a better experience, you know? It turns it into a little puzzle, right? Instead of it just being like, I've been subject to the winds of change. I've been subject to the winds of online matchmaking and other players. I'm being tossed and turned and there's nothing I can do about it. Instead of feeling helpless and angry, taking, I don't know, a bit of responsibility and being like, you know what? I can change my outcomes. I can affect my outcomes. Why do I do this? why do I get so preachy? I'm sorry. My bad. But I don't know. I fundamentally believe it to be true. I have a lot healthier of a relationship with my gaming nowadays. Preach, sister. Like learning to paint. It's exactly like learning to paint. Yeah, instead of getting angry at like, I hate this piece of artwork. I dislike it. It's not doing all the things that I want it to do. It's because I'm talentless, or it's because my paint sucks, or it's because I was late to learn how to use this software, or it's because my references are awful, or it's because blah blah blah. Instead of dishing out all this blame on exterior factors, instead focus on like, okay, why don't I like this piece of artwork? What kind of analysis can I engage with to start trying to deconstruct where this anxiety is coming from, where this, where this tension, where this anger is coming from, And then based off of that reflection, you can develop yourself. You'll improve faster that way. Because instead of blaming the world, don't blame anyone. Take it as an opportunity to learn. Not to be a bother, but is there a permanent place where the Subnautica streams are uploaded? Uploaded? No, but they're permanently accessible on YouTube because the VODs don't disappear on YouTube. They are evergreen. So you'd be able to go through and watch all of the Subnautica VODs through there. That is a good point, though. I could potentially find a place to package them. That light is looking better-ish. Can I add some blue? Can I add some blue? Is blue on the table? Blue is absolutely on the table. Look at that. You just like creating. Sometimes you do still get frustrated, but that's usually a sign that you just need a break. Because you look back at the piece later on and you're like, why did I hate this? It sounds like you've got just a fundamentally positive and or healthy way of engaging with it, Maze. Because it's something that I have to consciously do. I fundamentally have a really negative outlook on my artwork. So I need to consciously simmer myself down and be like, Bahali, even though you might hate your artwork, even though that might be the case, instead of just going like, blah, this is the worst, just like, you know, just being super negative on myself. I tend to find that taking a moment to deconstruct why helps to push through it. Can't watch it now, but you want to later? See if you get to ask? Okay. Yeah, just feel free to reach out at any point, Gav, if you need help finding anything. Not an issue. Speaking of finding things, I have found another rabbit hole on YouTube. I found another one. There are so many. They are endless. Apparently, there is a phobia entirely built around the idea of man-made constructed things that are submersed in water. Can't remember the exact term for it, but apparently that's a thing. And it most tangibly presents itself in the form of if there are any like animatronics and stuff that are submersed in water. Apparently that's the worst way that it presents itself. It's okay to have bad days, whether it's a bad game or a bad art day. Can't be 100% all the time. Got to accept we have a range of emotions. Of course. I'm more speaking to if it's a consistent thing. If every time you engage with video games, you're ending your video game session angry. There's accepting that you have anger as an emotion, and then there's realizing that you have like an unhealthy relationship with how you play video games, you know? Love thalassophobia. Well, it's distinctly different though. It's not thalassophobia distinctly. It's thalassophobia kind of combined with like constructed things. It's weird. Probably your favorite phobia behind trypophobia. Yeah. No, trypophobia is fun. I don't have it personally, but I reckon it gives you some incredible visuals. I sincerely apologize if that like makes people uncomfortable, but the trypophobia visuals are so cool. Hi, nice. How you doing? Welcome. Feel completely confused about your art? 1 second you're like, wait, I'm nuts. And then the next it's, no, actually this is terrible. I mean, the fact that you've got those "wait, I'm nuts" moments is probably good, right? Because you know, there's some positivity associated. Is Thalas just underwater in general? Thalassa is, oh, I'm doing the thing. Gevitrex, I'm glad that you asked this question to me, a Greek man. I have all of the answers for you right here. Ready? Okay. The first word in thalassophobia is thalassa. Thalassa in Greek stands for the ocean. It stands for the ocean. The second word, am I a vampire? The second word, vahaha, of thalassophobia is phobia. Phobia stands for a fear of. So, thalassophobia is a fear of the ocean. That is it. It is super simple if you think about it. The count. Yeah. Oh no, here comes the board. I forgot to use it last time. I had to find an excuse to use it this time. Wanted to say hi before heading to work. Stay safe. Stay amazing, everyone. Thanks. Nice. Thank you. Good luck at work. Look after yourself, bud. Thank you for dropping in. Trying to not allow yourself these things will likely stick the emotion to the experience, so you're more predisposed to have a bad time. That's fair. I agree. There's a degree of acceptance. Like, I get angry sometimes, and I think that's completely fine. Just make sure that you're not building it as a consistent feedback to a particular task. Like, every time, if I were to bake cookies and every time I baked cookies, I'd like punch my hand into the oven and scream at the oven, probably not a healthy engagement with cookies. Maybe it's a case of like, I burnt my hand on the oven while baking cookies, and then I'm angry at myself for having done that. I think that's quite reasonable, but it's not consistent, you know? It's not a consistent engagement. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy thing. Getting schooled and you're here for it. You've been learned. You're absolutely learned. Baking cookie rage is real. Exactly. Accept the truth. Accept this truth into your life. I like how, as I'm going back through these layers, I'm finding just one little speck or brush stroke that's in the incorrect layer. Speaking of anger management, my stress just spikes. Would love to fulfill a prophecy yourself. Fair. What kind of prophecy would you want to commit? Like, are you thinking the chosen hero prophecy, like a hero's journey style prophecy? Is that what you're thinking? Or are you thinking more like, the prophecy is told there will be one sacrifice. Oh, me, pick me. I want to be the sacrifice for the prophecy, please. Forgot to make chocolate today. Oh, for a particular Easter isn't for a when's Easter? April. When's April? Oh, we're getting to about halfway through March. A prophecy that you'll become so good at art that it becomes illegal for anyone else to make it. The sole provider of the artwork of society. I'll fight you for it, did you? There can only be one. We'll have like giant Scottish claymores, right? Yeah. We'll be loosed on the world, Digi. So like red corner, blue corner style, where we just kind of have two different spawn points, and then we don't really know where either of us are. But then when we meet each other out in public, that's when it's on, like Donkey Kong, where one of us has to behead the other. You'll dictate the trends. Fashion is digi. Fashion is what I make of it. I am fashion. You wanted to send some to a friend? Make some more for your aunt to give her a bit of a good in the all good in the sea of stuff she's been dealing with lately. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair as a little pick me up. There's a friend of mine who I should bake cookies for, because not to say that he's going through something bad at the moment, but he's going through something full on at the moment. And I reckon a batch of cookies might help. Won't be there until theoretically Thursday, so you have a couple of days. Oh, you got time. Yeah. Are you sure that's fashionable? Wimp at the knave. Silence. Yep. And then you behead him with the giant claymore. Yeah. Okay, let's compare that roof lighting to this. Let's compare it to this. I have a progress screenshot from before. That lighting compared to... Yeah, I think I prefer it softer. It feels like it's occupying more of a volume instead of it being like a graphic streak. Yeah. Being someone who's really into fashion must be hilarious. Your interpretation of somebody into fashion, Digi, sounds very Edna Mode from The Incredibles exclusively. This sounds like dramatized high fashion, which I would completely agree with you. Sounds like so much fun. So dramatic. Yeah, well, I mean, only when it's that angle, you know? Not too much, but you think sometimes something small can help? Had more than your fair share of kindness in times when you've needed it, so you like to pay it forward when you can. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I always think, like, what could I do to help? I'm just a little guy. Like, I'm just a little, like, squish on the sidewalk. But you are right. If somebody were to be like, hey, I've baked you cookies, I would actually be so heckin' excited at that prospect, regardless of where I'm feeling at the time. So, I should. Edna Mode, or the designer from Zoolander. Yeah, exactly. High fashion for sure, not regular stuff. A little squish on the sidewalk. But does it... That's how I see myself, I guess. I guess. The more I look at that right side beam of light now, the more satisfied I am, actually. That's a good feeling. I like this feeling. I can't fight this feeling anymore. This beam of light is what I'm looking for. A ghost, a spectre. Imagining the MC from The End Is Nigh. From The End Is Nigh. Have I watched that? I don't think I have. I've seen the movie called The End, which was that weird like Seth Rogen, like stoner, haha, funny movie about the end of the world. I've seen that. It wasn't very good, in my humble opinion. I've also seen At World's End, I think, or something, which is the Baby Driver. What's his name? Baby Driver, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, Word Association, Edgar Wright. The Edgar Wright, like, pub drinking end of the world movie. That was fun. I don't think I've seen The End Is Nigh, though. It's a challenge platform like Select. Oh, it's a game. Okay. Yeah, no, that... that would explain why I haven't heard of the movie The End Is Nigh, because it doesn't exist. Okay, if I can get these other beacons, to kind of occupy that same satisfying spot in my head, would be good. As the kids say, we'll be Gucci? Is that still a thing, or is that from a decade ago? Frick. I don't pay attention to trends. Friendly reminder for my Harley to run ads and take a short break. Yeah, it's been an hour. Okay. On that note, I'm going to step away for a little bit, I think. Yes, I'm going to step away for a little bit. I need to stop looking at the painting. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, fill up my water. My glass is currently empty. I recommend that you do the same. If you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, recommend getting up, moving around a little bit. You'll feel better for it, I promise. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime. That way we don't have to deal with pre-rolls and random ad interjections throughout the next hour. I'll see you soon. Yappy. I'm back a little bit early. So much drama, did you? So much drama. Married to art, to fashion. Hi, Win. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good weekend. From all the class in D&D, who would be best dressed of them all? Define best dressed. I feel like iconic would be Bard. Ooh, is that even true though? I feel like Warlock would have them beat a little bit. Because when I think of Warlock dress, I'm thinking that maybe this is incorrect, but I'm thinking Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove. You know, when she's in her like Empress garb with like the giant like flare collar and the massive draping gown. I'm imagining that for Warlock. That would be quite iconic. Doing worse than average. Now become the new average for you. Sorry, bud. Sorry to hear. Hope things improve. High-end fashion. Bard or Rogue? Rogue has like that. Rogue has edge on lock, I feel. Like, I feel like Rogue has like, yeah, Rogue has a monopoly on like assassin, ninja, edgelord, shadow blade, like that kind of aesthetic. Bard would probably be the most like bombastic, I'd imagine, but in like a performative way, in like a splendorous way, I suppose. More data has been gathered in Mahali stream. Rogue only has only wars rugged. Rogue only wears rugged streetwear. Not necessarily. Rogue can be like, I'm the Lord of Assassins. Like I'm done up in like black belts and like leather gloves and like a hood and like spikes. Like that could totally be like edgelord, rogue in the shadows, assassin vibe. Like that could absolutely be that. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily just rugged streetwear, but it's too broke to afford nice silk. I feel as though Bard doesn't care about money in the sense that Bard probably gets their dress by like coercing a wealthy investor into sort of shelling out for their wardrobe, you know. Like, my lord, honestly, you don't feel it appropriate that I turn up to the ball in this rugged attire, do you? Surely something a little bit more splendid for such a splendid occasion, you know, kind of juice them up a little bit in a way that, you know, leads to them having quite the boisterous wardrobe. Barbarian, half of their wardrobe doesn't exist. Fighter probably doesn't care that much. Paladin, there's a case for Paladin, but I feel as though Paladin, like true quintessential Paladins, don't care about like straying from a particular look. So their particular look would be glorious, you know, with the sheening, like the sheen metal plating and the big cape and the feather in their cap and all that jazz. But they wouldn't stray from it at all. There'd be nothing necessarily unique about their garb. Saying bards have sugar daddies? Yeah, I'd say that. I'd say that. Paladin can be so extra with their religious flashy decor. That's a good point. I hadn't considered like the Warhammer 40k crank it up to 11 angle on the Paladin garb. That is a good point. Like, I want to see a Paladin that has like a back piece that is just covered in like dripping candles and religious texts and stuff. Be heckin' cool. Business work done? Nice. Well done, well done, well done. What's next on the docket? Lurk as you nap? Okay, okay. Rest well. I think I need to push that one on the left a little bit further back, because logic would dictate that this this little sky window here on the right. Here, let's go with the darker. This sky window on the right is closer to the perspective than this one on the left. I even have helpful distance measurers in the form of these stalactites, right? So you've got this window is attached to this group of stalactites in the foreground. This window is attached to these a little bit further back into the middle ground. So the light that we should be seeing through here should not be as bright as it currently is. I'm also thinking of implementing some of the things that I spoke with Noctua about yesterday in terms of the roof. What we can do is we can place another little set of stalactites up here. That way it feels like this part of the roof is a little bit closer. Don't get in your own head, Bahali. Don't mind that you're not talking right now. I psych myself out so much when I take a moment to just concentrate. Bahali, you're not making any noise. Hi, Ghoulie. I sure am quiet. Let's talk about this. Yeah, let's. So, Mahali, you said that your name was. You've gotten awfully quiet. How does that make you feel? Would you say that it is because of your upbringing that you tend to find that you do not speak when you are attempting to concentrate? No, nothing too concerning. Just writing down some notes. It's fine. It's fine. Don't think about it. Clouds looking good. See, that's the problem, though, Ghoulie, is that they're not clouds. Therefore, they're not looking good. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Made a mess of that. You're fine. You're completely fine. I value you telling me that because I don't want to be blindsided by, oh, Bahali, what a lovely lion that you've made. It's not a lion. It's supposed to be a zebra. It's supposed to be a zebra. So you've done nothing wrong. You've done absolutely nothing wrong. Please don't think that you have. Is it the forest that I'm illuminating? So this up here is the ceiling of an underground cavern. These beacons of light peeking through sinkholes. So that's a hole to the surface. That's a hole to the surface. That's a hole to the surface. Yeah, I think it's just those three. So all of this is underground. So this is underground. This is underground. This is like all of it is like one layer below. If you think of like Hollow Earth, that kind of conspiracy theory, that kind of vibe. If you don't mind me picking your brain a little bit, I'd be curious to hear if there's anything that comes to mind or how I could make it look more like a cabin ceiling. You're way off? No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You're all good. More defined ridges. Okay. Valora, hi. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. How'd you go? How was stream? Lovely to meet everyone. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. How'd you go? It looks like you were streaming art. Sick. What were you working on? Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do landscapes, portraits, character design, creature design, the whole gambit, all the things. If you like fantasy stuff, you might like it here. How you doing? But yeah, Valora, if you've got anything that you would like to share from either like an Instagram account or a work in progress, something that you've been working on, something from your previous body of work that you'd like to share. Nessa, Valora, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the tavern. How you doing? Doing a little watercolor beaver. That's so cute. That's awesome. I'm terrified of watercolors myself personally. They absolutely terrify me. They seem so temperamental. The idea of So at least with digital, I can like make a mistake and then try and like render over it. But with watercolors, no. If you try and render over it, you're just digging through paper at that point. That's super cool. Had me at fantasy artist? Hell yeah. Is there a particular like brand of fantasy that you like? Transition is amazing. Thank you. It took quite a bit of work, so I'm glad to hear that you like it. Make the spikes coming down unique from each other and a bit more jagged. Yeah, okay. So have them like more defined instead of as blended into the background. No, that makes sense. Art is a language, and my pronunciation of cavern ceiling sounds a little bit like clouds to Gully. True. Yeah, no, if you put it in vague metaphors like that, it helps a ton. It helps a ton. Watercolor is fine. You say that. Scary. You good to post a link? Yeah. Either directly in the chat or the Discord or both. Whatever works for you. Yeah, yes please. But yeah, how are we doing? How's our week been so far? As a bit of an intro to what I'm currently working on at the moment. I've been working on this for 1,000 years. I've been working on this for 1,000 years, and it's coming to a head. It's almost finished. I'm really invested in getting this particular one done because I have big plans for it. I want to animate on it and stuff. Oh, let's have a look. Oh my god. I was not prepared for the hard hat. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? It's so good. Oh. It's precious. If any of you attempt to harm this beaver, I would kill all of you, then myself. It's so good. No, I love it. I love it so much. That's awesome. But you know what? You know what's even better? Enhance. 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 Oh, the texture is so... Oh, the texture is so yummy. Apologies for my choice of words, but you know what? No, actually, I take it back. I don't apologize for anything. Frick you guys. Ah, so good. So good. We've got somebody attempting to work on fur for a particular project at the moment. I think he would absolutely adore seeing what you've done with the fur on this one. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Detail is crazy, right? It's baseball card sized. Ah, that's sick. That's awesome. Which would imply that the details are even tinier. Ah, that's so good. That's so good. Is that the beaver from a house flipper? More of an inspiration from Timberborn. Timberborn. Hell yeah. Okay. Want to give him scritches? He deserves them. He deserves them and more. Detail is crazy. Insanely good. Get lazy with fur and watercolor. Valora is a freaking wizard. I get super lazy with fur as well. I never dedicate myself to actually like defining any of it. I just go kind of like, light and shadow will do the job for me, and just kind of vague post the fur into it. Like the closest. No, I won't show my stuff, but yeah, but basically, yeah, I don't ever commit to actually putting in any of the like the actual texture of it. Or the kind words, of course. Kind words. You mean observations with my eyes? I mean, you're welcome, I guess. I don't do anything. But before I forget, if you've got to look after yourself after stream, whether that means food, drink, sleep, decompress, whatever it is, if you've got to go starfish, please, I insist that you look after yourself first and foremost. But if you want to hang out, happy to have you. Wish you could fake post, struggle with editing down. Simplifying is a skill that I will forever be a student of, and it's incredibly impressive anytime anybody shows mastership over it. Urza, hi, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. From the land of kangaroos. Read about which part? I don't disclose that publicly, but on the land, I'm on the land bit. I generally keep off the reef as much as I can. If that helps to narrow it down at all. Apologies for my sarcasm. Can't help it. Can't help it. But yeah, I publicly disclose that I grew up in Perth, so I'm no longer there. That's one part of the map that you can nix. Gonna follow and run off to bed. No, all good, all good. My art is amazing. Seen like such a sweet bean. Have a good night, day. Yeah, you too. Rest up, sleep well. Thank you for coming in. I look forward to chatting with you more. Being from the States, going to be down there in a couple of months. Was going to ask for recommendations for things to do if I was in the same general area. I've been around Australia a little bit, so I've got some general recommendations if you'd like to hear them. I've never been to Adelaide or Brisbane, so there's the only two like question marks for me. But everywhere else, like Tassie, Victoria, New South Wales, WA, like any of the other spots. Queensland. Brisbane is the general area that you'll be in. Are you looking for somewhere? Brisbane has a lot of touristy options, so there are plenty of recommendations for that. But in terms of like local cuisine and stuff like that, will be outside of my wheelhouse. Of course, you've got the classics like if you go down to the Gold Coast, you've got Movie World, you've got Dream World, you've got Wet and Wild. Still within season for Wet and Wild. You could go to Wet and Wild if you like. Great Barrier Reef is obviously a big option. There are a few nature walks in Brisbane that are quite nice. Queensland is kind of our rainforest central. So if you like rainforests, you're going to the right state. The only thing that I'd be a little bit careful of is, drop bears, I guess. Just nature stuff to do mostly. Been asking anyone and everyone who's in Oz. I can't be specific. I've got a few places around Australia that I'd recommend for nature stuff. I haven't specifically looked into Brisbane stuff, unfortunately. You're staying a couple of miles from Dreamworld. Ah, there you go, boom. Love this piece. Love the mix of the swamp, cave. The building looks so warm and cozy. Yeah. They're ferocious this season. Oh, yeah, of course. It's absolutely rabid, the creatures are. Remember to ask around for drop vests, but I can't keep up the illusion. I've got friends from the US who get actually angry with me whenever I talk about drop bears. It's very funny. Harley, shut up. Stop. It's not funny. Au contraire, I disagree. It's funny every time. Didn't mean to put me on the spot. No, not at all. You're all good. You're fine. Drop bears are always fun. Always. A capital A. It's the best part of Australia. Yeah, hands down. Anybody who ever says like, oh, Australians don't have humour anymore, I fundamentally disagree. We have so many classics that are evergreen. The only thing that can't actually kill you because they don't exist. Oh God, we go through the gambit every time. What have we got? We've got the sharks. We've got sharks that can kill you. Snakes, spiders, the gimpy bush that can. It doesn't kill you outright, but if you don't seek treatment, you can go into shock and stuff. That's always fun. Fish. We've got fish that can kill you. Jellyfish that can kill you. Octopus that can kill you. Just like everything. It can literally everything. Kangaroos can kill you. Dingoes. We lost a war to emus. We're fundamentally heckin' fricked here, basically. Want to steal a huntsman and bring it home with you after the... No, you don't. As somebody who has arachnophobia, something fierce, absolutely not. I strongly disagree. Shoeys? Oh, shoeys yeah, no. Straight for the throat they go. The people can kill you. Spoons mostly is the weapon of choice. Methods? Yeah, exactly. Hence the spoons. Emus even won a war. They did. Oh, so courageous they were. Don't look at the crackies in the eye on the public transport. No. No, don't reach for your spoon belt. No, please. Anything but that. Okay, I need to make this light on the left darker than the one on the right, but because the way that like value comparison goes, it doesn't look that different until I grab one of these values and drag it over and I go, good lord. Can give you any of my huntsmen since I don't want them. That's true. No, I'll go to the pantry in a second. I'll grab all of my extras. I'm stuck in rendering hell at the moment. I say hell, I fundamentally enjoy rendering as the best part of any piece that I'm ever working on. So I'm kind of whinging out of the side of my mouth. I'm in rendering hell at the moment because I've got all of the bones are in place. Like I like the layout of the piece. I like everything more or less where it is. Still having second guesses about this rock here, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with everything. But there's so much to render. Like the ceiling, I'm still struggling with. People occasionally think of it as being clouds instead of a cavern ceiling. Completely makes sense, by the way. It's on me for not communicating it visually correctly. It's Struggletown, the mayor. Nice to meet you. Welcome in. We have all sorts of things here in Struggletown. We've got a fountain. We've got the communal fountain. That doesn't work. Ooh. But like, you know, got a basketball court. No basketball, but we do have a basketball court. You like spiders? I like some of the visuals of spiders, but I can't deal with them as a package. Like I find them incredibly compelling as like a monster, you know, like in a D&D setting, giant spiders, incredibly effective. I like them in that application, but just as like, oh, hello, here's a spider. I'm taking psychic damage. I'm taking psychic damage at that point. Fully believe Australia will have its own language in a few decades of just slang. I mean, have you seen the videos where, it's people with incredibly thick, like Irish, Scottish, Australian accents and stuff? They're always so much fun. Because some people can pick up on what they're saying. Other people, absolutely no idea. It's glorious. Dialects are spicy. I love them. The comments are always so fun. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. Speaking of phobias, by the way, arachnophobia, jumping off that trampoline. Has anyone heard of... Wait, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. That way I can quote it word for word. Has anyone heard of this phobia before? Let's see. It'll be worth it, I swear. Submechanophobia. Submechanophobia, I suppose, is with a bit of fluidity to it. Your wife has it? I knew I wouldn't regret asking. Is that I shouldn't ask, is it a thing? That's insensitive. How does it, what does she have an issue with? What's the fear? Submerged large structures. Oh. Okay. Because the impression that because I went down a YouTube rabbit hole yesterday, and it gave me the impression that it was like specifically animatronic things. But then there were weird examples, like there was just a big statue as part of the list as well, and that confused me a little bit as to what the fear actually was. Like maybe they were just going, a statue's kind of like an animatronic. You think that's what it is? Yeah, okay, okay. Some of those artificial reefs that are sunken statues are kind of creepy. Yeah, you're not... No, that is a good point. That is a good point. There's a degree of that ain't natural kind of vibe to it, I guess. Terrible way of putting it, but yeah. There's a few of them that are... There's a few of them that are similar, you think? In terms of phobias, there's a bit of crossover. Yeah, fair. When you tried showing her my gameplay of Subnautica, she saw the crash ship and was like, nope. Oh, the Aurora crashed into the ocean in Subnautica? Yeah, okay. Weird. Not weird in a judgmental way, weird in like a, that's really interesting kind of way. Went to the aquarium and the large tank got a life-size sunken ship replica in it. Yeah, I think that's of that ilk. Because like thalassophobia is just like the fear of a big open bodies of water, which like you get and can be apart from the other ones. Yeah, because this seems distinctly different because it's not about the water bit, it's about the thing that's submerged in it. Submechanophobia is the intense irrational fear of submerged man-made objects such as shipwrecks, buoys, statues, or underwater machinery. There you go. Sunken buildings are eerie as well, in a something went terribly wrong here kind of way. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. There's a sense of like, this isn't in the right context for what it's supposed to be kind of thing. I'd be curious if there's a crossover between a fear of that and like if you were to come across like an aeroplane that had crashed into a jungle or something, would it give a similar sense of fear? Man-made things underwater also feel kind of liminal at times. Yeah, that's fair. There's not like a solid sense of how far away it is, how big it is, that sort of thing. Used to have a phobia of sharks, brute force through it on Shark Week, and used to have nightmares of being trapped in a giant metal barrel with a megalodon with no way to grab surface and escape. Yeah, okay. Submechanophobia, the fear... Submechophobia, fear of submissive robotic exosuits. Good lord, that's very funny. Good news, you're sick? Buddy. Sorry. What's up? What is the sickness? Bet you can't say that fast. I can't say it once at moderate speed. You have mahaleophobia? Yeah, no, that's understandable. That's fair. That's fair. Is it exposure therapy for you? Yeah, no, it has been a few weeks at this point. A few months. How are you feeling about it, Jade? Is your fear of me starting to alleviate a little bit, or is it still fresh? Reach the Weird Al Eminem interview. Makes you feel better? I'm glad. Boo? Yeah, true. If we crank up the intensity of the exposure therapy, we could do a bit of a boo moment, you know. Mostly find you poop yourself whenever I do the close-up. Yeah, okay. Apologies from before then. Have I seen the interview before? Weird Al Eminem interview. I've seen the interview that Eminem did for like a comedy movie. I saw a little snippet of that. You go now. Take care of and have a good stream. Thank you, bud. Thank you, thank you. Look after yourself. Hope things improve. Sleep well. Weird Al Eminem, not Weird Al Eminem. What's the difference? As in, like, Weird Al is giving an interview about a spoof that he did for an Eminem music video? Seen the interview with the vampire? Does that count? Yeah. No, that absolutely counts. Tom Cruise is dreamy in that. And Al weirder than the Yankovic? Yes, weirder Al. With the ER at the end. Difference is that Weird Al is talking to a pre-recorded different interview of Eminem. That's funny. Right, so it's a spoof of an interview. I like that. That's fun. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. You can link it in the memes if you want. What does the day say? Why does the day have so few hours in it? Want to do more things? Yeah. There is an answer for you, Mace, that could help you, or it could piss you off. It only has two possible outcomes. I can present this advice if you would like, or I can sit on it. Entirely your choice. Slap you with it? Okay. Okay. Let's go. So, Maze, I hear that you have an issue with not enough hours in the day. This is understandable. The perception is shared. I similarly feel disappointed by how few amount of hours that we have, but there is a one-stop solution for you. It kind of sucks, but here we go. It's kind of like medicine, I suppose, but take it or leave it. It's not something that I necessarily recommend that you do. There is a way of giving yourself more time in the day. Not literally, but experientially. You can make it feel like you're doing more things. The way that I recommend that you go about it is time management structuring. It sucks. It's scary. It kind of saps a little bit of fun out of the day in the process, but it does leave you with more productive time dedicated to things that you want to be doing. I started implementing something called the Pomodoro technique. This sounds like a self-help. I mean, it's kind of like a self-help. You can take it or leave it. You don't need to keep any of this in mind. But I implemented something called the Pomodoro time management technique, where I break things down into 2-hour chunks. I go, okay, 2 hours of this, and then I give myself a 5-minute break, and then I do 2 hours of next thing, and then I give myself a 5-minute break, and then and if you break your day down into these sections, you tend to end up with more stuffed into your day. This could be good. This could also be bad. If you find that you've implemented this kind of structure, and it just exhausts you and you hate life, stop implementing the structure. Probably not for you. You might want to look for a different type. But I tend to find that looking into time management techniques leads to more productive time in the day. You lose a lot of like the procrastination time, and you end up with more time active on tasks that you want to be doing. Yeah, I tended to find that I could do 4 to 5 times the amount of things that I could do previously by just structuring my day a little bit more. That's my TED Talk. Thank you for coming by. But procrastination is delicious. That's kind of the conclusion that I've come to, is I do appreciate a bit of procrastination in my day. So I've eased the reins a little bit. But whenever I do feel like I need more structure in my day, I know that that's the break glass in case of emergency option. I can smash on that red button, and it gives myself more time in the day. Eminem denied him to do a parody on his song Lose Himself, so he plays the parody he made in spite for 2 minutes straight until Eminem gets really upset. That's very funny. Shez, hi. Welcome in. Time management. Just cast one of the them time spells. True. How you doing? Raid. You were lurking but bed now? Okay. Look after yourself, FPV. Sleep well. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, Shez, how you going? How was stream? What were you up to? Pacopia. Hell yeah. Welcome in. How'd you go? Hey, hi, hello. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, what were you up to? The new game, right? That's super cool. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a little bit Animal Cross vibe to it. Is it fun? Must lurk after 1 AM here. Best of luck with rendering Purgatory. Thank you, Nessa. Thank you, thank you. Look after yourself, bud. Lovely to meet you. Stream was super fun. Actually doing a digital design art. That's sick. That's awesome. As in like pixel art with blocks. That's really cool. Game is like Animal Crossing, but better. It's what you all wished Animal Crossing was. New Horizons was. And it has Pokemon. Yeah, hell yeah. That's awesome. If you've got any screenshots of what you were working on that you'd like to share, but please feel free to chuck them in the chat. And overall, I hope you had a good time. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so portraits, scenes, landscapes, character design, creature design, all of the fantasy staples. That's the kind of thing that I work on. If you like that sort of thing, you might like it here. I forgot to press the button and it weirdly chopped off. It's fine. You can share your Instagram. Yeah, sweet. Procreate, making it into a sussy bussy emo. Oh no. Perfect. Let's have a look at the Insta. Bottom. Ooh, hell yeah. Oh, no. Not the leprechaun. What? I always wondered what the pile of coins at the end of the rainbow was. Ooh. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Wilkins. Welcome to the tavern. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is awesome. Watercolor, I think. That or inks. Watercolor. There you go. Boom. That's so good. This is antithetical to what I work on, because all of my work is incredibly reversible. I was just saying this before on stream. All of my work is incredibly reversible. Watercolor, not so. Not so. If you make a mistake in watercolor, it sticks and it stays. So I'm always incredibly impressed by people that can pull. Oh, is it? Did you use a stencil for this, or did you use like a glue or something that you could remove afterwards? That's so clean. That's so clean. Watercolor, so much pressure. Agreed. Agreed. You do a mix of acrylic, watercolor, digital, plus all sorts of other stuff. You have ADHD, of course. Of course, we must. We must do all sorts. That's awesome though. Watercolor and sometimes ink tense pencils. I've never. Right. Okay. So like watercolor adjacent. No, that's super cool. That's super cool. Before I forget, if you have to look after yourself after stream, so food, drink, sleep, relaxation, whatever you got to do, I insist that you look after yourself first and foremost. But if you want to hang out for a little bit, happy to have you. The white was added after with a white gel uniball pen. Oh, I didn't see that at all. It didn't look like an additional layer. It looked like you'd stenciled out the that particular element. That's so cool. That's sick. That's awesome. In terms of a little bit of context as to what I'm working on today, I've been working on this Tavern illustration for eons. I think that's the technical term. But I'm determined to get it done because I have aspirations for it. I want to animate it and stuff. So I'm insisting on getting it done. So yeah, welcome to the grind, I suppose. Worked really hard at making sure there weren't any marks on the white. Sick. I couldn't tell at all. I could not tell at all. My immediate first thought was like hydrophobic materials or something that you use to create like a clean pocket. So you nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I guess I hate Dawn. Looks incredible. Honestly, wasn't entirely sure at first if it was a video game because the owl and bubbles. Yeah, he's just a little guy. Quill sleeps most of the time because he spends all night like sorting through all of our scrolls and tomes and stuff in the corner of the tavern. So he sleeps during the day. Not in the pit today? I know. Excellent dodge. Although quite a few people right at the top of the stream all jumped into the pit simultaneously. So don't worry, there's plenty of representation down there. Like so. Like so. Et voila. Straight into the pit. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. As the kids say, that was a swish. Nothing but net. Late raid message, you're all good, you're all good. Welcome in. How you doing, Kyle? Yeah, a kith. Kith? Your rolls have great comedic timing. They do. Lurking in the shadows, waiting for this moment to strike. Heck. Is this... That's all the wrong layer. Of course it is. Let's grab it. Let's grab all the stuff on the wrong layer. Let's grab... And then... Paste. There we are. Fixed. Fixed. You're gonna lurk to being grabbed dinner? Yeah, no stress, no stress. So hungry. You're about to ask what sort of rolls. If I don't draw on the wrong layer, is it even art? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel as though it is an appropriate trial of passage. It is actually on the quiz for applying for the artist title. They do actually ask. I see here that you have written that you're a digital artist. Have you or have you not? Answer truthfully. Hand on Bible. Very good. Have you worked on the incorrect layer before? Yes or no? It was actually the final graduating question as well. A lot of pressure. Truly part of the process. It's just not the same without it. Speaking of things not being the same without them, hi Don't Truck, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. That was super smooth. Not to toot my own horn too much, but I reckon that's the best segue, audible segue I think that's ever been done. Not to pat myself on the back too hard, but I think that was possibly the greatest thing that has ever been done on stream ever. Loki. Pat harder. My back. It hurts. Patting myself too hard. Not an artist. And you're wrong layer constantly. There's a little bit of a potential little bit of contradiction on your part just then. You said that you're not an artist, but you wrong layer constantly, which implies that you work in layers constantly, but you still consider yourself to not be an artist? Riddle me that. That was smooth AF, and you feel so welcome. Excellent. How you doing? How's your day? If it isn't Davies of House Dumptruck, here in the flesh, ready to atone for her crimes. Where were you, Dumptruck, on the night of the howling moon? I don't know. There was something there. I dropped it. Oh God, I'm embarrassed. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't call attention to it. No, it's fine. No. God. You're so good. Very productive life day today. How about me? I'm struggling, don't mind me. I only spend time in Photoshop. If it's meme worthy. Ah, fair, of course. The night of the howling moon. Do not repeat it. It was embarrassing enough the first time. Like, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, please. For the love of God. No. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. I regret. I cast foot in mouth at 3rd level. I won't stand for this. Me. But yeah, like, how's everyone going? Anything except what I just said? The chaos you thrive at? No. Burpees. Okay. Big swings. We are committing to big swings. I need this to be darker than it currently is. It was so painful knowing I was online while you were at the gym. Couldn't watch because Twitch would have killed your battery. That's always the case, right? I struggle so hardcore. Whenever I'm on public transport coming home from rock climbing, I'll have like 2% battery left on my phone or something, and I'm practically vibrating with anxiety because I don't have something to listen to. When unprepared battery wise, but you can't be like, you know what, I'm just gonna sit around and wait for my battery to charge for the next like half hour, because then like the rest of your day is askew. It's at that point that I implement a particular technique. I recommend it to anyone and everything. Praying for your phone to have more juice in it. It never works. You made the mature choice to go to the gym instead of giving yourself an excuse to go home. Good. Check DMs. No, I will be disciplined. Fields, I am like 10 minutes away from my next break. I'll check in 10 minutes. I've noticed that I know this is shocking. This is a shocking revelation. But we all kind of have to be okay with being shocked by information. I have found that the less time that I spend checking Discord during stream, the more time, just wait for it. The more time I find that I have to work on the actual image. I know. It's shocking. But it's a revelation that we need to come to terms with. I know. But hey, what can you do? Life is unfair, you know? Sometimes you can't check your DMs constantly. Heresy. That's what I said initially, but then the proof was in the pudding, and I was like, this is delicious. It's delicious pudding. I'm not sure where the metaphor is going, but it's true. Found a new female GP. She's amazing. Made you feel so calm and seen. She noticed things normal doctors would ignore. You were so happy. Nice. Good. Good. It's always important. I had a psych who you could tell that he was listening to what I was saying, but it was very much so a case of like, not that he didn't care. What's the word? He deemed my struggles to be easy fixes, which made it difficult to like relate to him what I was struggling with at the time, because it's like, you're just gonna say get over it basically, and that's not helping. It's not helping me get through it. So I completely understand that want for somebody who like takes you seriously. Subconsciously you can relate, but the night of the house. Did you know, please? Minimal effort from exhaustion, dulled, drained of life. Oh hell no. Minimizing your experiences. Probably the word. It's been a very long time, so I don't. I'm not hung up on it at all. It's, I understand the feeling. Is basically what I was saying with it. I'm a very different Mahali from back then. Back then I used to have a small shell on my back. My tail came up in a little little side swirl thing, and I had a very round head. But now, after a couple of evolutions, I'm a large Mahali. I'm large. I have a large shell on my back, and it has two little hydro cannons sticking out, one over each shoulder, and I've got a little tail now. I'm completely different. We live, we learn, we grow. Exactly. Where was House Stump Truck on the night of the howling moon? Tell us, Davies. Do not. I regret the RP. I regret it. Did I wear a turtle suit to my... Mahali, I'm trying to help you, but you keep just... Mahali, no, stop. Mahali, Squirtle. Mahali, come on, steady. Stop talking like a Pokemon. I just wouldn't take these seriously. Does the night of the moon howl? Yeah, it's true. That moon do be howling. I was thinking like the night of the blood moon or something, but it's so generic. I wanted something new and my brain just flatlined. I couldn't think of anything. You're at the gym, now you're home. A likely story. Fair. You're also at home? Twinsies. I am also at home. Oh my god. Who else is at home right now? This is kind of scary. Okay, you're at home. Oh my god. This isn't coincidence at this point. Where was I when the moon did howl? When would the howling moon be? Is that a full moon? I presume it would be a full moon. Get out of my house. No, we're not all at your house. Good lord. Looking at the moon with a face on Discord. Actually, no, that is a good point. I suppose that would be the howling moon. Is the moon with Digi's face. When was the last full moon? Tuesday, 3rd of March. It actually wasn't that. It was 2 weeks ago. Where was I 2 weeks ago? Probably underwater screaming. Are you in my house? I don't know. I heard banging around in the background like a couple of minutes ago. Was that you? The Howling Moon is a werewolf festival. Ooh, I do like that idea. You know what? Salvageable. The Festival of the Howling Moon sounds metal as all heck. At least for me, as somebody who is fundamentally not metal. Night of the Howling Moon sounds like a summer solstice. That too. Yeah. Dust has heard of it at least. True. Up in the northern circle. The Night of 1,000 Dragon Blades. Ooh, that's nerdy. I like that. Winter solstice because the moon is out no longer. Oh, he's out longer. Yeah. Plus, I mean, I don't think I'd be the only one who'd associate like wolves and stuff with winter. While we're pondering, I've just realized that I should be on my break. I've just seen the alert. So, because it's been an hour, you know, so I should stop. I should take a break for a couple of minutes. I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch. I recommend that you do the same thing if you've been sat or laid down for the past hour. I recommend getting up, moving around a little bit. I need to get a drink of water as well. While I'm away, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. That way, during the next hour, we don't have to deal with pre-rolls or any sort of interjected random smattering of ads. Yeah, yappy. See you soon. You yearn for a stein of beer? Of ale? Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. The weather is underseasoned. We actually got quite a bit of rain today, where I am, which I am oh so appreciative of. Oh, so appreciative of. Long time coming. The great seasoning is upon us, old man voice. Great seasoning. The great seasoning. The great seasoning sounds like a sacrificial something. Hi. Welcome back. Do we get any fantastic ads? It's been a very long time since I've gotten an ad and I've thought to myself, yes. I'm so happy it's this one. You were adless? Oh, jeez. That was the premise for Elden Ring, wasn't it? Your key is too powerful for ads? It repels, it repels. Oh, speaking of keys, actually, Billy, can you, if you get a second, can you add a follower raid message to the list of things that we need to do to the list? Because I keep forgetting. I keep going, ah, heck, I forgot. Your brain has been shattered, your mind lost, found and lost again in the night of the Halloween. Oh no. Have you hooked onto that one concept and it's not letting go? That's okay. That's okay. You know what? You know what helps, did you? When my mind is locked on a particular concept or premise, is being sent to the pit. No. I know how you doing. Is doing a little piece about it. Mean when I write out? Already added that to the list. Know how to automate. Thank you. Yeah, automating it would be good as well. Just one less thing. There are a few things that we need to automate. We need to automate the quest system. I'd like to automate the... I've got a button for displaying my artwork, but I've got no way of automatically having it come to a close at the end, so I need to remember to do that. Like, I've got a few things. We need to automate the pit poster as well, I feel. Quite a few things. Ach, nein. Break the spell of the Halley Moon. I reckon with the 13. Easy? Okay. See how much time I've got for these sort of things. I need to be conscious because as of tomorrow, I'm getting packing boxes and starting the move. So how much time I'm going to have for these things is going to be up in the air for a little bit. I don't know about you guys, so I won't speak on your behalves, but I reckon this is starting to look like the roof is starting to look better than. Let's see if I can pull up the example again. With the light having a bit of transparency to it and it getting darker towards the end. Alt tab. No, that hasn't done it. Whoop. 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 This into that. There we go. Ah, come on. This into that. Into this, into that. Yeah. Sweeping is bad. Tell that to all of the magpies that swoop me on a daily basis. It's not true. That sounds awful. Can't tell the difference. Look at the lower bits of the light. So see how bright it is? You can even see up the top left. There's transparency to the light now, whereas before it was blocky. Yeah. How you doing, Nathan? You say swooping is bad, and yet you swooped in here. What say you? Defend thyself? No sweeping zone should be established. You know what we should do? We should all wear those helmets with the spikes on them. I reckon one, it would be a good look. But also two, protection. Creating Alistair from Dragon Age. Oh, I'm not familiar with Dragon Age. Unfortunately. I think my brother had Dragon Age Inquisition, maybe. But I never played it myself. 15 times already, good lord. Making sure that I don't lose the stalactite shapes behind the light. So even if I don't go through and actually render stalactites or whatever, I'm keeping that motion. Which is doing good things for my brain because it's reminding me of some of the light studies that I've done in the past, which tells me that I'm on the right track. How you going there, Aiden? How's your day? Apologies if I get distracted a little bit. Oh, pit juice. Don't call it pit juice. It's so visceral. It's so visceral. I'm going to regret asking this question, but Noelle, what constitutes pit juice? How does that process work? You're good? Currently 3:45 in the morning, but you're too busy playing a game. Which game? I've been hooked on Slay the Spire 2 recently, so I get it. I get it. Checking out the art quest? Hell yeah. Okay, did you? You walk over to where the art quest has been posted to. Hey Diva, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. How you doing? You walk over to the art quest. You pull it from its dagger. And you read. Grissa the Sea Otter is wanting a ghost tree. Choose at least one challenge. Style, manga/anime. Technique, have parts of the image fading away. Or detail, include polka dots. What do you reckon, did you? Does this seem interesting as a quest that you'd like to embark on? Or would you like to place it back on the wall for another adventurer to take instead? Ghost of Yote. You're nearing the end. Ooh, exciting. Exciting, exciting. Don't know what they put in the juice, but knowing how stuff down here in the pit works, you're not sure if you want to know. That's fair. That's fair. Just a case of like, it tastes nice, so just take it at face value. Fair. Hey Cannibal, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. You shall pass. You already did a ghost tree, and they're so fun. The joy must be spread. That's fair. That's fair. In which case, I'm gonna take your quest, and I'm gonna place it back up on the wall there. Easy. You getting tired? Wanted to drop in because the atmosphere here is so chill. Welcome in, bud. If you're tired, then absolutely no need to explain how you're doing. Feel free to just chill. Feel free to just chill. 5-minute scribble? Hell yeah. You're gonna ask for the Howling Moon. What would you like depicted, did you? 3, 2, 1. Let's see it. I mean, that is how. There it is. That is howling like what would be on their stationery, as in like a Howling Moon banner design. So like Knights of the Howling Moon or something would have that on their banners and their shields and their tunics and stuff. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Yes? Hell yeah. Awesome. Sounds juicy. Let's do that. Let's absolutely do that. Okay. New. 1000 by 1000. Easy done. You were thinking for the festival? Yeah, okay, yeah, easy done. Juicy. Not like pit juice juicy. I'm like it's tangible, I guess. I don't know. I use words. 5 minutes on the clock. Interesting. Yeah, I know. I picked up on it as soon as you said it. Art is juicy, ideas are juicy. That's kind of what I was leaning into, but here we are. Okay. I think the way that I would do this is I would use the negative space. So what I'd probably do is a full moon and then cut the wolf out of the full moon. But that's a lot for a 5-minute scribble. So what I might do is do it in a 2-tone, and then we could just kind of use our imaginations to get it to that point, you know? Oh no, not the 9. You've fallen from your 15 from yesterday. How you doing, Gem? I'm describing art with food terminology. Crunchy. It's a bit, it's got the umami flavor to it, you know? Your art goes down really easily, you know? It has a bit of sweetness to it. Glorious. Okay. New layer, done. But yes, as I was saying, my intention for the design, I would probably go with like a negative space single tone, but for the act of a 5-minute scribble, we'll go with 2-tone, and then we can just kind of extrapolate from there what the other design would look like. You're always trying to make your colors juicy. You have to have juicy colors. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if I can do a wolf. Didn't mind that ear, actually. I take it back. I take it back. That ear, please. Oh, God. Perfect circle. Here we go. As perfect as we're going to get it. Is bent a little bit too much downwards. If anything, the This now ought to be like up there. I want some sort of like black counterbalance. Maybe like a couple of stars or something? Like something like that? Ooh, maybe some like radiation from the moon perhaps? How would I do that? Ooh, like a second ring? But like clean? Something like that? I'm not a graphic artist. I'm not a graphic artist at all. This is awful. There we go. Night of the Howling Moon. Festival of the Howling Moon. There we go. Boom. Done. Dusted. Easy. Craters? No. But if it's meant to be like a design on a banner or a flag or a like a parade item or something, you'd never have that much detail on it. Oop. Easy done. Grab. And post to the Discord. Share your art. Boom. Glorious. I hope you like the design. Hope it is kind of what you're looking for. Oh, so dope. Thank you. Okay. The light with that section there. What are we looking at? I want there to be a feeling of the light overlapping. So what I might do is I might darken this bit of the ceiling light in the background and then have where it overlaps brighter, like a little bit brighter, so that way it looks like the light is, yeah, as I said, overlapping with the one in the background. Whilst I'm working on this, are other people working on other things? Do I have company? A study buddy, if you will? Buddy. Working on fixing a Lego set. Ooh, which set? Uh, 1989 Batmobile. Ah, cool, cool. This is the one with the big fins at the back. That's so cool. You're back. Just did the announcement to the WAGs chat. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Wives and girlfriends. But now, yeah, okay. Pronounce the WAFs chat. Wives and friends. Not a girlfriend email. Of course. Not a wives and fiancés. Fiancés is the F. Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, you're good. Took me a second. You're fine. It's a pain to find the pieces, and yes. Right. Wait. So find the pieces, as in like you've got all of the pieces on hand and you're just looking for them, or are you wanting to? Because I know that there's a thing where people can find the schematics for a Lego set and then they can go and find individual pieces online and try and accrue all of the different pieces so that they can make the thing. On hand? Yeah, okay. You're not a girlfriend? I know. Sorry, no, you said that before. Frick, I'm a mess, don't mind me. You are the fiance. Capital T, capital F. Fiance. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Fiance. There we go. The little bit of the accent on it. Beyonce. Wait, so Beyonce? That kind of pronunciation? Finance? Just don't remind me of, please don't remind me of the ocean right now. I can't handle it. I've got days until Subnautica again. Welcome home. How you doing, bud? Why is there an N before the A? It's the N is silent, even though Dump Truck insisted on the pronunciation of it. Leaving work? Of course, sorry, home time in the In the prospective sense, yeah, okay, okay. Good luck. Drive safe, okay? You'll stop being so obnoxious about it. It's like, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Now is the time to be obnoxious about it. You can be all boring and like sensible and stuff like in a week. But now is the time to be giddy. 3 months down the line, you're going to get permaban. Getting medicated soon? Well, yeah, we'll have to. We'll hit you with like a tranquilizer dart or something. You'll be halfway down the street screaming, "I'm a fiance!" Here we go again. Doesn't seem to be the person who permabans people unless they deserve it, like spammers and advertisers. No. I don't misunderstand me. I'm an absolute tyrant. You can't stop me from. I used to have millions of viewers at any given time. I banned them all. You guys are just. You guys are the survivors. See? Billy's mad with power. Ban me just to demonstrate. Do it, my master. Ban me. Ban me as a demonstration. Oh, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with. I'm obsessed with the worm tongue character from Lord of the Rings. I'm obsessed with the Wormtongue character, or like characters akin to Wormtongue. I think are fantastic. So given any sort of opportunity to do so, I will lean into it head first. Chat is demolished, obliterated. Yeah. Actually. It deleted it in like chat down there as well. That's fun to know. Well demonstrated, sire. Oh, an incredible decision, my liege. Could not have executed more cleanly myself. Made you cackle and laugh out loud. Is it just me, or no? Sorry, it's not just me, because I know that Digi agrees with me on this point. But just for talking's sake, isn't groveling just the best thing ever? To grovel is so much fun. Hi Leo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Apparently you played 14 hours of your team. You should go to bed. Yeah, you should. It's late, bud. You should. I appreciate you hanging out. I always appreciate your company, but yeah. Head to bed. Catch you again soon, okay? It's how you get a D&D fan to the front. We'll roleplay anything according to the situation. Oh. Gifted a 1-month sub to Cal. To call me Aussie. Oh. Billy is paying forward the gift they got from Alt. You can do that? Well, one, thank you, Alt, I think is how that works. But two, that I learned something new today. But yes, look after yourself, Aiden. Sleep well, bud.
Thank you, sire. Much appreciated, my liege.
You gifted it. Good night, everyone. Yeah, good night, bud. Sleep well. Essentially, Billy got a sub gifted to him, then Billy gifted one, so it's labeled as paying it forward. Oh, okay. So thank you, Billy, for the gifted sub, but because Billy received the gifted sub, it counts it as a new thing. Okay, cool. I learn new things about my job every day. It's fine. I'm just a little guy. Don't mind me. Someone paid for a gifted sub. Billy got it. Billy just paid money to gift a sub to someone and it got confusing. Yeah. Yep. Actually home, be back later. Yeah, all good. Do what you gotta do, bud. I aim to please. Don't know why I went with that voice, but that's canon. Glad you made some inkling of... No, you did. Thank you for explaining it to me. I appreciate it. Oh, good lord, no. Cannibal's dead. That's tough. Goblin voice, defo what you had in your head. Excellent. I'm always pleased to hear that other people appreciate the idea of just being a little goblin guy. I played D&D with a mixed group. One half of the group absolutely loves it. So, context. We were playing Tomb of Annihilation, right? We were playing Tomb of Annihilation. It took about 1.5 years to play through. It was very fun. We had a great time. Our DM was lovely, wonderful, glorious. Quick, 5-minute review of Tomb of Annihilation, 5-second review of Tomb of Annihilation. The majority of it was a dungeon crawl, and I don't like dungeon crawl premises. Like, if I have to spend time in a dungeon, sure, cool, but don't let it be a mega dungeon, because I have come to learn this about myself after Tomb of Annihilation. I just don't like mega dungeons. I just don't enjoy that setting. I tend to find that the RP becomes quite dry, because you're not RPing with everyone, because everyone's dead, because it's a dungeon. That 5-minute review. But through the course of that adventure, we kind of had almost something akin to a suicide pact, where if we TPK'd as a group, 75% of our party decided that we were going to come back as goblins. All of us different goblins. And canonically, throughout the entire adventure, we had little goblins following us in the dungeon. We found little bits of proof of them. Like, we'd see like a little green eye, or like we'd hear little scampering underneath our feet, like underneath the pavers and stuff. It was hilarious. And through that, I discovered that there are 2 types of people in this world. People who are okay with reincarnating as little goblin guys, and people who are very much so not okay with reincarnating as little goblin guys. Found out a new truth of the universe. It was satisfying. Tomb of Annihilation is brutal. Fun for the DM, defo. As a DM, you love that adventure. It was fine. The problem with the adventure that I found, free from the tyrant that is cannibalism, I mean, they have perished, so unless they become a poltergeist, they've responded. Brick, cannibal's a ghost. How did I do that? Mimicked what was in your head. Well, I am also a fellow DM, so it is my job to please. Playing D&D, the party's in hell. So as a player enjoying the unhinged characters, you made your NPC Phoenix-like bird demon. Would be totally okay with reincarnating as a sneaky goblin. See, well, you are part of Category A. One of my party members was definitely part of Category B. But yes, to speak to Tim of Annihilation a little bit more, we didn't necessarily have an issue with the brutality of it, but it did have a knock-on effect. With how brutal some of the elements were, it kind of taught us to not engage with options. Does that make sense? Usually in D&D, there's a bit of whimsy, like, oh, let's see what the DM has kind of prepared for us kind of energy to it. To an extent, like there's RP involved as well, like what would my character do, that sort of thing. But in Tomb of Annihilation, even if you're going from a character's perspective of like, oh, they're just a curious little guy, there comes to a certain point where your character gets taught through brutal methods that trying things is bad. That's kind of what happened. By the end of it, my character was incredibly like naive and open-minded to the idea of trying things. I think it was the point at which he put a necklace of fireballs around his neck and all of the beads on it exploded, dealing, what was it, like 8d6 damage. It was at that point that he understood that trying things in the tomb was just like not the thing to do. He was actively being punished for like engaging with certain things. So it very much so quickly became, oh, we're in a new room. Let's very carefully traverse this area. Don't touch anything. Don't pick up anything. Loot is cursed. Don't, you know. It's not my type of D&D. I'll say that much. I don't blame the DM for it either, because they were just running it as written. Yeah. Very counter to my DMing style. That particular adventure is. I've come to learn that my DMing style more heavily leans into story, interaction, intrigue, exploration, that sort of thing. And dungeons have that to an extent. But if you're spending a year in a dungeon, it becomes dry pretty quick in terms of like story progression. You know, you can get little nuggets of story progression from different rooms and stuff. I feel as though not being able to go to different places and talk to different people kind of takes away from that feeling a little bit. Mad that someone put beads around their neck, snapped and exploded everywhere. People got hurt in a bead tragedy of 2023. Yeah, basically. That basically sums up my thoughts. Quickly drag this over here for a second. Overlapping themes of light. Through a window. Just give you a moment to get a fire going. Gotta cook to an internal temp of 165 degrees. You're a cannibal, not a wild animal. Oh, no, of course, of course. There's a right and wrong way to do these things, I understand. Looks at your muscles. You are a whole ass meal. Oh no. We've got to accept it at some point. Got to the note eventually. Do not wish for your dump trucks to be eaten late at night. Please make it stop. Okay. Temporary ban on cannibalism is a wild thing to say, but I've made my decision. Fingers are a cross between hot dogs and ribs. Temporary. Well, what can I do? Fine. Permanent ban to cannibalism. Our leader speaks. This is like, do not make me sound like some sort of cult leader. I'm already fighting tooth and nail to get Digi off the cult train. What's a cult? Oh, dearie dear. Recycle, repurpose, reuse. Losers once again. It's tough. I don't know. A bit of petitioning might get them to change their minds. So hear me out. I eat you. Wait, no, come back. Time to put your robe and slippers and cozy down. It's about that time. Where does the time go? I feel like I just took my break and we're, what, 10 minutes away from my next one? Robe is very suspicious. Oh no. I do like the idea of getting dressed in like a robe and slippers and then going around posturing like a creepy flasher the entire time. The person in the house knows that you're not and gets pissed off at the fact that you're posturing like one. Stop it. Stop. I know you're wearing clothes under there. Stop. Yeah. Hairy legs and long toenails protrude. You still love me. What the heck? Why must I experience trials on a nightly basis? Say, for example, hypothetically, I were to, I don't know, have a house in the middle of the woods and I were to bake children in a giant novelty-sized oven. That's the con. Here's the pro. The house is made of candy. What say you? Hello? 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 Did they hang up on me? Hello? The steps closer to the bog. Every day we take one step closer towards the bog. Yes. What is this, a waterfall layer? Why is that a waterfall layer? Why must you betray me? Let's select all of this. Take a deep breath in. How bad is it? 3, 2, 1. Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Easy fix. Easy fix. Easy fix. Easy fix. And just like that. And just like that. Dumpy twerks. You know nothing about any issues there? The problem is, consistently, I tend to find that my layers, they stray. They stray. Every day we stray further and further from God. But it's true. My layers, they stray from where they should be. So, like, for example, I was working on the roof layer, and then all of a sudden I realize, oh, there is a waterfall layer on top of the roof layer for whatever reason. It's fine. It's fine. I flourish. God strays further and further from us. No, I'd blame this entirely on myself. In this particular instance, I'm entirely taking the blame. Just not paying attention. Scatterbrain Mahali. God were a bit more obvious, maybe we wouldn't doubt. Yeah, no, that's a good point. If God had assisted me with my layer management, perhaps I wouldn't have had to struggle with layers. That's a good point. I like the feeling of not taking responsibility for this. Now we're cooking with gas. Study onions or cakes? That's probably a good call. I get a better sense of layers if I were to study cakes. Mahali, what are you doing in there? Oh, nothing. Studying cake. Oh, delicious. Oh, my brain is expanding with all my learning. I mean, it would have to be chocolate cake though, specifically. It has to be chocolate cake. What's this? A slice of chocolate cake? Oh no. As the prophecy foretold. Black Forest, Getter. No. Specifically like a chocolate mud cake or a chocolate lava cake or a fudge brownie cake or something like that. Hi Button, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Sorry, I'm very particular because I don't like sweet things is the thing. So like the sweet cream and stuff like that is not my itch. Mahali, notably not a sweet person. I'm quite bitter and chocolatey flavored. I suppose is where I was going with that metaphor, I guess. Need a plopper forest ghetto, rich and not super sweet. Yeah, okay. That could be a good point. That is a good point, sorry, is that maybe I just haven't had a good one. That's fair. You'll make me one? Well, I won't say no. I mean, I have recently declared that I'll have a PO box that's available for people to send me stuff if they wanted to. Oh God, receiving a cake in a PO box sounds awful. I've never described a postal package as being squishy before, but alas, here we are. Oh, you made one. It was so different from shop ones. Send it in an envelope. Ooh, yep. Don't they warn you against like your cake deflating or whatever? What does it count as deflated if it's envelope thin? I'm pretty sure that's the epitome of flattened cake. Shipping is so expensive these days. No, of course. Step 1, stuff it into an envelope. Step 2, staple it to a paper aeroplane. Step 3, launch from the highest possible point, perhaps a tree or a large rock. Probably do. Worst case scenario, park bench ought to do it. Why would it be a thin envelope? It'll have cake in it. Us. Dodoy, of course. Good point. Vacuum seal the cake. It'll suck the air out of the bread. A vacuum sealed cake sounds maybe like the worst thing ever, because it would be all of the calories and none of the joy. Oh. Yeah, cake gasping for air. This cake I would usually describe as dry, but I think I'd prefer the word sad. It is a very sad cake. Canned cake exists. Sure, but even canned cake, I feel like that's not... Is it vacuum sealed? I mean, it's airtight. I know that much. I think I would deny myself canned cake. I think I would. Again, same reason. All of the calories, none of the joy. I say that, but if I were driven to desperation, if I hadn't had cake... Well, actually, no. Correction. I would probably be... This is maybe controversial, but I'm going to say it because I'm a divisive figure. I would... happily, I think, go the rest of my life without having any more cake. Is a wild thing to say. I'm hearing myself say it out loud, but I think I agree with that sentiment. I think I do. I think I would go the rest of my life without cake. I'm just not like necessarily a food-driven person, I think is the difference. Cannot believe that. Well, here's the thing. I would not agree to that sentiment about cheese. Like key difference. If you were to replace cake with cheese, like never in my life ever have cheese ever again. Like I'm lactose intolerant and I still find ways of having cheese. Like I kind of force myself to be able to for that reason. But cake I would happily go without, I think. Airtight and full of preservatives, I wouldn't be able to do it. Do they fill the cans with simple syrup so it doesn't go bad? Well, that or the preservatives as mentioned before. You love cheese, as do I. Hi Button, how you doing? Taking notes? Yeah, okay. We'll have trivia on this later. Question 37. Does Bahali enjoy cake? It's a trick question because yes, I do, but I would happily go without it. So, yeah, it's tricksy like that. But I like a good dry cheesecake like Parmesan. Cheese like Parmesan. I do. Parmesan, there's a Greek cheese called Kefalograviera that I love. Fan of a cheddar. A pepper jack, quite fond of. Brie I can have on occasion, but that one's tough. Brie is tough, is goopy, that does things to my stomach. Wouldn't mind not eating cake ever again either. Here's the thing: it's not my motivator. Like not doing video games ever again would be tough. Not doing art ever again would be impossible. Like there are different things that motivate me, but I understand that people like cake is a motivator for other people. That's completely fine. Solid dry cheeses have less of the mean proteins. Yep. Wet soft cheeses are my enemy. Absolutely. I have experience that could absolutely confirm that. Preservative equals something that can make it last longer. Salt is a preservative. Making something airtight and putting high saline water in the cantina has preservatives. Preservatives being a trigger word irks you. No, that's fair. That's fair. I think people tend to use preservatives interchangeably with artificial preservatives, and I know chemicals are natural, like water is a chemical. Boo! But I think people are talking about like more complex preservatives that tend to not. There are more complex preservatives that don't add anything to the flavor or quality of the food. They only preserve the shelf life of the food. Oftentimes people like associate that with like carcinogenics, with like high glucose preservatives, like things like that are not good for you, that can be ingested as part of like the preservative category. I agree. Vinegar, fine. Honey, fine. Salt, fine. All preservatives can be used, yes. Yeah, you're fine. What if you pickled a cake? What flavor? What flavor of cake? Could remove the oxygen, add nitrogen. That's a good preservation process. Yeah, we could freeze dry the cake as well. That could work too. You understand? You did a baking certificate? For sure. I think I'm just, I'm defending the honor of people such as myself who do the faux pas. I understand the irritation. It's the same with like, there are chemicals in this, aren't there? It's like, yeah, there's water in it. Dodoy. Oh no. Basic proteins. Would ice cream cake be under the same lane as a regular cake in terms of not eating it again? Yes, I would say so. Even now, I can kind of... I haven't had ice cream cake in over a decade. But I'm in a strange position. I don't deem that this is a position that other people ought to have. That they ought to hold. I don't like sweet things. I get insanely intense headaches if I have something with too much concentrated sugar in it. So I just don't eat sweet things. That and like I'm not generally food motivated. So like those two things in combination with each other means that I can go without a lot of different foods that other people would kill for. So I understand that I'm an outlier. It's a good question. Cake cannot pickle, it dissolves. Well, that's why it depends on the cake, right? There's some versions of cake that surely wouldn't. Makes you grumble because you know a lot about it and social media made it a taboo word. Yeah. Same with the word fats, like food that has fat in it. There are some fats in food that are positive in moderation. Again, like another taboo term that kind of came out of like the late 90s, early 2000s. Cake in a can could also have a short lifespan. More information needed. True. Speaking of cake, I guess I'm struggling. Don't mind me. I have seen that a little while ago. I missed my opportunity to step away. It's been another hour. So I'm going to get up. I'm going to move around a little bit, stretch my legs. Have a bit of a breather. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat or laid down for the past hour. I recommend getting up, moving around. You'll feel better, I promise. While I'm gone, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. That way we don't have to deal with pre-rolls or intermittent random ads popping in. Yeah, should be good. See you soon. PIB. Wrong button. Hi, hi. Some people say they're conservative, but with the average American diet, they're in fact preservative. Oh, dearie dear. High salt content, what can I say? You would have gotten up, but you have a little 1-year-old on you. Oh, no, 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 no. This is all within like the understanding of if you can. Like, for example, this is a terrible example, but it is a relevant one. If somebody were to be like, Mahali, I'm Tiny Tim from A Christmas Carol, and I've got a little wheelchair and I can't walk because my little legs. I wouldn't be like, get up, Tiny Tim, get up, move around, you'll feel better for it, Tiny Tim, come on, chop, chop. Like, I wouldn't do that. There are circumstances under which you shouldn't get up, you're fine. Paraplegic blink socket, exactly, yes. Shampoo, hi. 7 months trying to dethrone the Goblin King. How's it? How's your progress? Long live the Goblin King. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Shampoo, you've got Goblin King propagandists all over the place. Countless. Countless. How many things in here are all part of the waterfall layer? Let's see. You ready? Shall we all cry together? Ready to cry? 3, 2, 1. It's not as bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. We're fine. We're good. Paste. Merge those. Roof. How's the progress? 18's not bad. This baby is a sassy dumb. Would give him back after an hour. Speaking of, my little fur baby has just walked into the room. It was so cute. It was so cute. The sun had gone down before when I went to check on her, but she'd fallen asleep in her little sunspot. She was all curled up and stuff. It was the cutest thing ever. I can't. She has a power over me. I can't. Magic. Got an 18. How's your progress? It's not bad at all. I feel as though you've developed a little, like a little teeny tiny group of community, Shampoo, that believes in the greatness that you can bring to the pit. And she ran off and made turkey noises down the hallway. Bye. Cat goes meow is the biggest lie ever told, by the way. You know those little plastic Fisher Price, like, cow goes moo, dog goes woof, cat goes meow. Not true. My cat does not go meow. My cat makes every strange, outlandish noise under the sun, except for your quintessential run-of-the-mill la-di-da layperson meow. It never happens. We get turkey noises. We make little squeaks. We make little, like, alligator noises. You know how alligators or crocodiles will just kind of sit at the surface of the water with their mouths slightly open. They'll go like that. They make that, like, huffing, hissing noise. She makes that noise. It's got more in common with a ditto than the classic cat goes meow. Cat goes bleedle, bleedle, bleed. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Cat goes eldritch horror noises from the void. Yes, correct. She makes little wheezing noises. She makes door squeak noises. Gosh, she's a chameleon. Love it when they chirp at the sight of a bird. I'll be lying down in bed and she'll make, like, weird bird chirping noises as she jumps up onto the bed. She's a weirdo. Don't get me wrong, I love her for it, but... Door knock noise, Mahali's cat. I mean, when she claws at my bathroom door. Yes, it sounds a bit like that. Speaking of ditto, got a new Pocopia conspiracy theory? You don't own the game. Oh, no. I love. Actually, I've gone down that rabbit hole in the past. There are channels on YouTube that are essentially like, I haven't seen or played blank. But here's how I think it goes. And they go off and like conspiracy theory, corkboard with pins and red twine, explain what the movie and or TV show, video game, whatever it's about. It's the funniest thing. It's the funniest thing. The twists, the betrayals, the ups, the downs, and then they go and watch the thing. They're like, it wasn't anything like what I said that it was going to be. She thinks I'm prey. I think that's the case, yeah. I think she's gone, yeah. I think she's going to make a strike sometime during the night. Suffocation, no breathing. And any of the other lyrics to that song, it would have been really funny. That's communication. The chip is a hello. It's heckin' cute. That's what it is. She purrs like a car that won't start, by the way. You know the classic put the key in the ignition. She does that when she's a diesel engine. Hi Noctua. Hey Dawn. Horse. Hey Midnight, how you doing? Character in the game is actually a ditto, but not any ditto. It's the one particular ditto from the Kanto TV series that couldn't possibly change its face, because in Sun and Moon, a ditto practically transforms. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Dittos usually transform 100%. Yeah. No, I can see that as a potential theory. Hi. Manual cold start. Yeah, correct. Attempting to wake up. Well, then the question of how did you sleep is probably not a wise one at the moment. I hope you slept well. We'll go with the declaration instead. You also believe that Ash Ketchum's dad is a ditto? No. Ash Ketchum's dad is Mr. Mime. We all know this. That's his stepfather. Ah, okay. No, that makes it. No, I'm fine with that as an answer. Yeah, okay. Either way, Mr. Mime got hot and heavy with Ash's mum. Don't like that line. The fact that they televised it as well is... but it's art. It's art, so like I can't complain. I don't necessarily agree with it, but there's a degree of appreciation for the fact that they could do it on live television to a bunch of children. When I say it like that, it sounds horrendous. Did not happen. Not true. It was a joke. It was a joke. A terrible, terrible joke. She talks about the quirks of his dad. Nothing like Mr. Mime. However, Ash can carry logs and Pokemon 6 times his weight. Knows quick attack, Iron Tail, Tackle, and Bullet Seed. Excuse me? Ash's mum describes Pokemon moves that make... this is inappropriate of me to say, but perhaps those Pokemon moves were just innuendos for like spicy things, is the only other thing that I can think of. Ash's mum admitting she hooked up with a Pokemon is rough. Ooh, so you want to get that one on record, Ash's mum? She doesn't describe Pokemon moves. She describes his dad being a free, adventurous spirit. Okay. Bet she knows all about it. You almost got me to say that. This close. This close. Ash teaches his Pokemon these Pokemon moves by performing them. Sure. did Ash use Iron Tail? As props exist, I suppose. Just have like a ladle kind of sticking out the end of his pants. Every time he starts training with his Pokemon in the cutscene, he successfully pulls off the moves. It was completely wild. Wait, you're telling me that Ash can do Volt Tackle? No, not Front Tail. Menace. The face of guilt. In Sun and Moon, he's scared that Toucan Pokemon, while he was teaching Roulette Bullet Seed, to drop rock bits up, spit them into a tree in a powerful attack. What? Teaching his Rockruff how to tackle? That's very funny. That's very funny. Perhaps I just don't remember this as part of the cartoon. I mean, I did only watch during like the first season, so perhaps it's something that I missed. Did teach Pikachu Iron Tail? From there Pikachu learned Electro Ball? Right, so he doesn't teach all of the moves. No, that's fair, that's fair. You're a first gen guy? Raichu is the best? I had Raichu on a competitive team of mine, actually. Here, I'll quickly see if I can grab it. Should be within quick easy access. Let's have a look. Pokemon. Team Journey. Here we are. Who did we have on the team? Let's see. We had Goldengo. We had Rillaboom. We had Talonflame. We had a Gyarados. We had Baxcalibur. And we had Raichu. I used Raichu because it was a lovely partner Pokemon for Gyarados. It had Focus Sash, and then I can't remember the move that allows you to reduce your opponent's Pokemon down to what your HP is. So pair those two together. It had Lightning Rod, so it means that anybody attacking Gyarados with an electric type attack hits Raichu instead. It was a whole synergy to it. It was fun. It was fun. I've got a Pokemon event in 2 weeks. Oh, nice. Love Raichu. He's a thick boy, super cute. I can agree with that. I really like Alolan Raichu. It took me a while to warm up to, pun intended, I guess, Alola. It took me a while to warm up to regional forms, but once I did kind of settle down a little bit about the changes, I really do like all Raisu. I think the design is really fun. Mashali should aspire to be Ash? In what way? As in, like, train Pokemon with mind, body, and soul? You have a few Lieutenant Surge Raichu first edition cards? Ooh. I don't know much about the card game, but I anticipate that was back during like the second wave where they did like the gym leader like pair up Pokemon cards. And from memory, the Raichu is a shiny. Clodsire? Yeah, Clodsire is fantastic. I would absolutely be a gym leader exclusively to train Clodsires. I'd do it. Team Rocket Boosters? Ash is a great climber. Yeah. Sure. That seems very... It seems like a very roundabout way of getting to be good at rock climbing. I feel as though there would be a few more role models ahead of Ash Ketchum. The shiny foil. Nice, nice. I used to collect Pokemon cards when I was not to imply that you need to be this young to collect Pokemon cards, but I've got a bit of nostalgia about them because I used to collect them when I was like 6 or 7. So they'll always hold a special place in my heart. I follow, Deep Pocket Monsters? Deep Pocket Monster on YouTube. He does like pack openings and stuff. That's how I get my fix. Frick you, Kessa. Curses. I don't have it as part of my like cultural like internet culture repertoire. I don't think about it. He climbed a cliff after being thrown off of it. Sure. About that on you were about that on your first run. Now you open 5 packs a week on average. It's always fun coming back to a hobby when back in the day, like Yu-Gi-Oh packs. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh. Again, like a decade and a half ago, I think, ish, give or take. Yeah, about a decade and a half ago, I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh. And the thought of being able to come back to it now with disposable income is a very scary thought. It's a very, very, very scary thought, but also kind of fun. The idea of just like, you know what? I'm just going to open packs because I can. I don't have to wait for like, I don't have to earn like an allowance from my parents. I could just go and do it. That's what I would yell as well as I'm going into the store. I would yell out, "I'm an adult," and then purchase like 10 packs. I collect Pokemon cards, collect more expensive cards, K-pop cards. Oh, dearie dear. My collection bug has since died, so I don't really have like an urge to collect anything anymore. But I strongly believe that collecting is the friends that you made along the way. But like actually though, really, the community around collection fandoms, I think is wonderful. I think is one of the coolest things ever. So I'm jealous. Basically what I'm saying is I'm jealous. She's 5. Can't rob her. Collect crafts now. Love you a good DIY. I'd probably eventually get to that point, I think. Once I'm set up in the new place, I've got like a little bit more room to myself. Maybe dedicate a little bit more space to, like, as you've said, crafting materials and workshop stuff. Like, here is where I keep my paint brushes, for example. You keep your paintbrushes in a skull mug. Oh, that's metal. I like that a lot. I would have a skull mug to put paintbrushes in. That sounds fun. Oh, quick couple of things that I should mention with more regularity than I do. I'm terrible. Thing to mention 1. The monthly art prompt for Art Fair is available at the moment down at the bottom of the Discord. So if you want to get your March Magic piece underway, you can check there for all the details on how that works and what's involved. The second thing is, excitingly, this weekend on Sunday, we're going to have another Hearthside. Basically, it just means that we all jump into Discord, into the VC, the voice chat, for a couple of hours. We work on art, craft stuff. We all chat, have a good time. If the prospect of that excites you, if you're like, oh, sweet, that sounds fun, you can check in the announcements section on the Discord for all the details as to where that's happening, how that's happening, why that's happening. All the details are there, and then you can sign up for that as well, all in the one spot. I should mention it with more regularity because I keep forgetting. I forget and then I just kind of dump it all at the end of stream. It's rude. It's rude of me. It's true. It feels like I'm just kind of plonking it at you. But I did remember somewhat, so take the wins. I'm excited for it because I ended up taking too long for my February piece from last month, and I'm going to keep working on it during Hearthsides for a bit. You never submitted February? That's fine. It's fine. Actually, if it's still good to post, Shampoo, I would love to still see it. Like, you don't get like the VIP for it and stuff, but who cares? If you've got a piece that you'd like to share, I would love to see. I need to reiterate this more often, that there's no actual time limit on the art challenges. It's just like a perceived one, because there are like rewards and stuff associated with getting in on time, but you don't have to. Hi Pretender, how you doing? 5-minute scribble? How much time we got? 15 minutes? Yeah, we can do a 5-minute scribble. What would you like? Gypsy Danger? Okay, I'll bring up an image. How you doing? How's your day? Does the tavern have a projected seeing orb? Maybe you can make a news scene? Interrupt me scrying for important news. Ooh. Hell yeah. As like a stream overlay. Yeah, I could do that. That sounds like fun. A scrying network? Yeah. On today's scry, we're foreseeing a large amount of undead heading towards Mahali's camp. Ah, frick. That's heckin' unfortunate for us, isn't it? Okay, let's do this 5-minute scribble before I forget, before I get too wrapped up into things. Need to go a little bit darker with some of those, because yeah, there needs to be a bit more separation between this, that, yeah, cool, yeah, easy done. Cool. 5-minute scribble. 5 minutes on the timer. Fresh canvas. Gypsy danger. Let's bring up an image. Hello, Raichu. Gypsy danger. From Pacific Rim. Hi, Josh. How you doing? Hope everyone's having a good one. Yeah. Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite well. All things considered. Do I have a clean shot of the helmet? There we are. Reporting news today. Traffic on the Weave this early morrow seems congested as ships are tangled with each other off the port. More news at 11. Okay. Let's start with like a cobalt, the cobalt blue. 5 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Jump to the background layer for a second. Don't look at the clock, don't look at the clock, don't look at the clock. There we go. That's what I got. My amount of gypsy danger before I ran out of time. There you go. Have a little signature down the bottom. Copy it and paste it in the discard. Boom. A gift. I hope you like it. Very happy that I chose spellcasting. Gonna be a fun little project to work on. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, given the time. I reckon I'd really enjoy sitting there rendering that for a bit. But, alas, time and life must move on. Back to this void. The void of rendering this for a million years. Let's put this away. Okay, we're good. But yeah, apologies for the... apologies for the awkward wording of the prompt, Aussie, but let's see. I was greedy, okay? I was greedy. I wanted the alliteration, but I couldn't make it work with with the actual prompt that I wanted as well. So I just kind of had my cake and ate it too, and it was delicious. And then I got a massive headache because I can't do sugar. There have been so many instances of me as like a child smuggling like a big slice of cake or something from the kitchen fridge, being like, aha, I know this is intended as, because I was terrible, I was a gremlin, like, I know this is intended as leftovers for everyone, but this giant piece of slice of cake is mine. And then immediate regret. It's immediate as well. You finish eating it and you go, what have I done? Slowly but surely taught myself that I should treat food with respect. For it can smell fear. I hate true randomness. I hate true randomness. I hate it. I hate it. As soon as I have to think like, what would random look like? Like the, you know, that instance of there's a strategy in rock, paper, scissors where you tell your opponent, hey, I'm going to go with rock this time before you start. And it just obliterates their mental because they're like, well, okay, well then they've told me what they're going to go. So I'm going to go paper because they're going rock. But wait. What if they're lying? What if instead of going rock, they're actually going to go scissors because they know that I'm going to try and counterpick them and I'm going to... Okay, well then I'm going to go rock. Rock is the easiest answer because I will match them and then at the very least we'll clash, or they'll try and outpick me and go scissors and try and... But wait, what if they're thinking that I will never go scissors because they've gone rock, right? Therefore, they're going to go paper so that when I go rock, and they just absolutely crumble. Your opponent crumbles because they sit there like running the algorithms for a million years. As soon as randomness gets interjected into a painting of mine, same thing happens where I start going, okay, well, if this cobblestone path is supposed to look random, well then I'd put a cobble here and then I'd put a cobble there. Does that make sense? Wait, but it's supposed to be random. It can't make sense. Okay, well then I'll do the opposite. Wait, but now it looks like it. And then I just start falling apart. I fall apart fundamentally. What happens to my arm? Oh, this. I sprained it. In like a really boring way too. Like I didn't even sprain it while climbing. I sprained it while sleeping. So I've had it bandaged for the last like few days, and it's helping. Like it's not nearly as tender as it was a couple of days ago. In the hopes that it heals faster, so I can go climbing this week. Oh no, yeah. It's one of the many joys about hyperflexibility. Hypermobility, I think is the term. It means that I'm incredibly flexible. And all of the pains that go alongside that. I am more easily injured is basically the takeaway. Did hear mention that yesterday? Yeah. Very good for making dynamic poses. True, it is. I do have I've got a career in like reference photos. Hate hypermobility? Yeah. Yep. It kind of sucks because people think like, oh, that's cool. Like you get to do Spider-Man poses and stuff. And no, well, how many times on a daily basis do you want to do Spider-Man poses? If the answer is less than one, you want that? No, you don't. You don't. Because you'll do things like you'll walk through a door your shoulder will clip on the door frame. It'll hyperextend backwards, and you'll like dislocate your shoulder or something. I've had it. I fell down the stairs once, popped my shoulder out of its socket just because I landed on my arm, and then popped it back in. My body just decides to do fun, flexible things that it's not actually capable of doing. Ergo hypermobility. It's fun. When you fell on Wednesday, dislocated your hip and didn't realize it. Literally exactly that. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. It's a good time. Like a ball-jointed doll. Correct, yeah. For artists, it's a superpower. Yeah, it does mean that I can do like the hand poses where the fingers like splay back further than they do, or I can like crook my thumb at funky angles and stuff and use that as a visual reference. But it's not worth it. Just get like an articulated, puppet at that point. When walking, your leg was rotating. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but yes, I laugh because I can empathize. I've totally had it where I've been sitting in a way that people have been like, Mahali, what are you doing? Your legs shouldn't do that. Can you train it if you stretch everything like crazy for a year? You can actually train your flexibility. That's part of the training that you do in martial arts. Like a lot of the warm-up training was just flexibility training, where you would slowly like push yourself so that you can do the splits, reach for your toes, that sort of thing. And it works. Like your flexibility does increase over time. Your friend was scared, you laughed it off and reset it. Yeah, like I was with a friend when I fell down the stairs and dislocated my arm. I wasn't just walking around with my arm dislocated or anything, but I did pop it back into my socket and told him what I did, and he looked at me like I was some sort of eldritch being. It was, yeah. Yep. I'm over time? I am over time. Yeah, you are correct. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. In terms of the roof, let's see. How are we doing? Let's do a comparison. Compare and contrast. So this is what we had before. Specifically, we're looking at the brightness of the lights in the background. We're looking at some of the darkness of the stalactites as well. So stalactites are darker in the foreground. The light is more transparent now. More transparent. What I might do is I might... No, I'm quite happy with that, actually. I'm quite happy with that. I might pop the contrast on some of the stalactites a little bit more, because Ghoulie was saying earlier that the feeling of it being clouds as opposed to a cave ceiling might have to do with the fact that it's a little bit too like subtly blended. But I'll have a think about it. I'll have a think about it between streams. Must be Cthulhu powers. Yeah. Get my rest. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you had fun. Bit of chaotic energy today, but that's fine. Yeah, just reminder about the Hearthside on Sunday. Reminder about the monthly art fair prompts in the Discord as well. If you're interested in either of those things, you can check in the monthly art fair channel at the bottom, and the announcements channel for the details. But otherwise, have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. See you soon. Bye.